nation, Hebrew kingdom building.
Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Yahuwah, wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly, wash me from mine iniquities, cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Yahuwah, wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word, that he might present it to himself a glorious church, a glorious assembly, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that it should be holy and without blemish. Yahuwah, in the name of Adonai Yahusha, we want to be sanctified and cleansed by the washing of water of your word, that we might be presented to Adonai Yahusha, a glorious assembly, without spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that we would be holy and without blemish. So as we ask you to wash us, we ask that you wash us thoroughly and cleanse us from our sins, that we would be holy and acceptable in your sight. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Wash me thoroughly. Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities. From mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Yahuwah, wash me thoroughly from mine iniquities and cleanse me from my sins. Yahuwah, wash me washing of your word. Sanctify, sanctify, and cleanse me by the washing of your word. The washing of your word. The washing of your word. Yahuwah, sanctify, sanctify, and cleanse me by the washing of your word.
be praised in the city of our Lord. City of our Lord, in the mountain of his holiness, beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth is Mount Zion, on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. Yahuwah is known in her palaces for a refuge. For look, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it. And so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them and pain as of a woman in travail. You break the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of Yahuwah, Zabaoth, in the city of our Lord. Yahuwah will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of your loving kindness, O Yahuwah, in the midst of your temple. According to your name, O Yahuwah, so is your praise unto the ends of the earth. Your right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Yahuwah be glad because of your judgments. Walk about Zion and go around about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark you well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that you may tell it to the generation following. For this, Yahuwah, is our Lord, forever and ever. For this, Yahuwah, is our Lord, forever and ever. He will be our God even unto death. Selah.
Yahusha, wash me with your word. 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 Wash me, wash me. Yahusha, wash me with your word. Wash Wash me, wash me, wash me. Wash me thoroughly. Wash me, wash me, wash me.
Bless Yahuwah, oh my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name. The root be Yahuwah, oh my soul. And forget not all his benefits. Who forgiveth all thy iniquities. Who forgiveth all thy iniquities. Who forgiveth all your diseases. Total revive Yahuwah for healing. As we all press towards your house, oh Yahuwah. We press towards your set apart place, oh Yahuwah. For we know that where you are, there is healing. Where you are, there is restoration. Where you are, there is deliverance. Where you are, shackles will be loosened. Where you are, there is a release. Where you are, chains will be broken, oh Yahuwah. Where you are, there's prosperity. Where you are, there's freedom from sin and iniquity. Where you are, generational curses are blotted out. Where you are, we receive power, oh Yahuwah. Where you are, we receive dominion and authority, oh Yahuwah. But where you are, we receive honor. We receive blessings. Oh, blessings. For you are our avenger. You are our avenger, oh Yahuwah. We say total revive for Yahusha. Total revive Yahusha. For being Adonai of Shabbat. For being Adonai of the house. For you are the Prince of Peace. You are the King of righteousness. We say total revive for being faithful. Total revive for giving your life. Total revive for blotting out our sins that we so much didn't deserve. We say total revive. Total revive for washing us from filth. For washing us from the mud that we rolled around in. For you have given us white garments, pure white. You have given us new names. And the world does not know. But only you know. Cleanse us, O Yahuwah. Cleanse us, O Yahusha. Cleanse us with your blood on today, O Yahusha. For your blood is worthy. Your name is worthy. For you are worthy, O Yahusha.
according to the cleanliness of my hands, as he recompense me. For perfect. It goes on and on and on, but what I'm trying to show you through that song is this is what happens when you cry out to Yahuwah.
And the children of Israel sighed by the reason of their bondage. And they cried. And their cry came up unto Yahuwah by reason of their bondage. And Yahuwah heard their groaning. And he remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Yitzhak, and with Yaakov. And Yahuwah looked down upon the children of Israel. And Yahuwah had respect unto them. Moreover, he said, I am Yahuwah, the allure of your father, the allure of Abraham, the allure of Yitzhak, the allure of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their sorrows, and I have come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them out of the land to a good land, and a large, and unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto a place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel has come up unto me. The cry of Israel has come up unto me. And I have also seen the oppression wherein the Egyptians have oppressed them. Come now, therefore, and I will send you unto Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people. That you may bring forth my people. The children of Israel out of Egypt. Oh Yahuwah, keep not your silence, oh Yahuwah. You hear our cries, oh Yahuwah. Keep not your silence, oh Yahuwah. For your enemies have made a tumult. They have made a confederacy against you, oh Yahuwah. They have taken crafty counsel against your people, oh Yahuwah. They have consulted against your hidden ones. They have made a laughing stock of us, oh Yahuwah. They have set up systematic oppression, generational oppression. They plague us with diseases. They plague our hearts and minds with perversion. But we cry unto you, O Yahuwah, that we may not take on our captivity, O Yahuwah. Hear our cries, O Yahuwah. Save us, O Yahuwah. us from the spiritual oppressors. Save us from the rulers that try to rule over our bloodlines, oh Yahushua. Save us, oh Yahushua.
calling out to you for restoration. Say, I'm calling out to you for restoration. Say, I'm calling out to you for restoration. One more time, say, I'm calling out to you for restoration. Say, I'm crying out to you for restoration. Say, I'm crying out to you for restoration. Come on, cry out. Say, I'm crying out to you restoration. Say, I'm crying out to you restoration. One time, say, I'm crying out to you for restoration. I wanna be pure, white as snow. I wanna be pure, white as snow. I wanna be pure, white as snow. Bring your praise.
My lips can scream your praise.
I wanna praise you, Lord. You're worthy of all the praise. I want my lips to bring your praise. For your holy name,
my lips can scream your praise.
You are worthy of all the praise.
My lips can scream your praise.
By your goodness, by your favor, I will scream your praise.
My lips can scream your praise.
I'm not supposed to be here, but your goodness coming forward. Transgressions to have us free. Free up in your name.
My lips can scream your praise. So my lips can scream your praise.
and fill our hearts with your ruach. Let our mouths bring forth your praise. Yahuwah, attend to us and receive our offering of praise. And fill our hearts with your ruach. You are worthy. 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 Oh, now. You are worthy. 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 Now. You are worthy. 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 Oh yeah. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. Come on now. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. Right here. Say we give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. And we give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. And we give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. Praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. Come on now. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give God now. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. Say we give you glory. We give you glory. Praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We are the atmosphere. Hallelujah. We give you glory. We are the atmosphere. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. Praise. We give you praise. We give you glory. We give you glory. We give you praise. We give you praise. Say you are worthy. 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 Hey. You are worthy. 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 Come on. First off, praise Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah. Hallelujah. I want to give double honors to Chief Elder Moshe, Chief Elder Moshe, Chief Elder Yahuwah and their wives, and Kabir Malaka and her husband Zakane and Joab. So double honors to y'all, double honors to Zakane, double honors to Moradaniel, and Moraz and my wife, Maria, double honors to Kabir and Tara. So this is gonna be the last Shabbat for the other month. See, like, y'all was like, hold on, what? Last Shabbat of the month. Last gathering. Yeah. Shabbat gathering of the month. So yeah. Next month we'll be just gearing towards getting ready for Pesach. So that's all we're gonna be gearing towards. Y'all should be getting 11 out now. You know, getting yourself together mentally, finances together to travel out and go up and keep the, side. So, hallelujah.
So how many kept Pesach last year? How many kept Pesach the year before that? What about 2019? Weird rebirth. You went to you was in New Orleans? Hallelujah. I did not know that. Hallelujah.
There was 3 emails that were doing the drugs.
I did. I say a lot of stuff. Oh, it's a blur.
I think I remember yet a dialogue.
Hallelujah. I ask because for some of us, this is, even though we've kept Passover, this is going to be our first Passover. Like, some of us, this is going to be like intentionally our first Passover where we truly clean, where we can praise Him without guilt. You know, we can praise Him without a hindrance of thinking of a fierce judgment to come, right? So for some of us, this is going to be our first true Passover, where Yahuwah's truly going to pass over. So that's why I said that. So this one is going to be, it's going to be big. It's going to be big. So I just wanted to ask that question.
Get started, gonna get in here. The title for today is Learn to Do Good. You know, I got the training wheels on there, you rolling, But this is the thing, y'all. On the last week we talked about shalom being made whole. So after you made whole, after you receive shalom, a lot of people, they don't know where to start. It's like, okay, I'm starting fresh, now what? Who be feeling like that? You be honest. That's why we're here. I hope you be honest. Be real with yourself, So, the thing is, particular passage, I have to pull it up. Yahuwah tells us to learn to do good. Yeah, because that's the one I always read when I talk about it. Pulling it up. All right. You catch that name. So, when Isaiah chapter 1:16, it says, wash you, make you clean, And that's what we're doing. We're trying to rewash it before we keep the Pesach. Put away the evil of your doings from before your eyes, and you gotta cease to do evil. You gotta stop. You can't play with it no more. You can't tamper with it. You gotta just stop completely. Then it says, learn to do well. So after you've stopped, you gotta, because I know a lot of people say, oh, you gotta replace it with something else. So you gotta put the training wheels back on in life. And now you gotta kind of roll with it, seeking wise counsel on every move you make until you're able to ride that bike on your own. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's all I wanted to pull out on that. So we in the process. A lot of people should be in the process of learning to do well so you don't end up in the same cycle. You know? Hallelujah. So now we'll get into this word. Y'all want to add to that? Okay. So the word that we are on today is understanding. Y'all see that? Yeah. Got to squint a little bit. Might jerk it out. I'll read it. Oh, okay. Technology. Hallelujah. So, yeah. So, so it says, I'm gonna start from the top. The action. So the word is being, like Jack and the Beanstalk. Being, you know, not being like the son, but being. You got the bed, yo, no. So it's and Ben is like son would be just bed. So bed, yo, no is the action is to plan. It's to plan, literally sit and plan, you know. And then it says, understand. The tent was usually divided into two parts. One for the females and the other for the male. The wall makes a distinction between the two sides. Understanding as the ability to discern between two or more things. So when we talk about understanding, that's the word we own. So as you learn to do well, you're going to gain understanding, right? That's what we all trying to gain out of it, right? Understanding about what we're doing. So the verb is to understand, and we'll jump down to the noun that says between, at the walls between the two sides of the tent. So you have the ability to discern what's good from evil, right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to gain understanding out here, because once you gain understanding, you never forget. For example, who all know how to drive a car? Hallelujah. Dang, there ain't that many people. That's all right. But those who do know how to drive a car, you understand how to operate a vehicle. But when you first start driving it, you didn't understand, which caused you to have fear, right? Because you're like, oh, I don't know, you know? So, but once you understand what the car in front of you, behind you, on the left, to the right, you're supposed to be doing, now you feel safe out there. Like, okay, I can be out here. Also, once you understand how to operate the vehicle, turn the key, you know, put the seatbelt on, you know, do all the whole stuff. You understand how to do these things, so now you won't forget. So every time you get in a car, now you know, right? Hey, right. So now you never forget how to drive a car. You never forget. So now you have to get an understanding. Once you gain true shalom, you have to get an understanding on where you went wrong. back then. Not to sit in it and pity in it and wallow in it, but to get an understanding, where did I mess up? Okay, what do I need to do next time to overcome? Or not even to overcome, but to not go back there. You know, how do I avoid this thing? Y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all want to add? So, we're going to Proverbs 4.
Before he go to Proverbs, I'm going to jump on it again. Because, like I always say, the principles, you know what I mean? You understand the principles of, if I push the pedal too hard, it's going to go too fast. You have a clear understanding of what everything does. So, even going back, what was it? The wall between two sides. You able to understand what side of the tent you on, or what part of the house you in. You know what I mean? You got to think about it. So everybody in here understands you ain't doing too much cooking in the bathroom, right? I'm just saying, because the equipment ain't there. But when you discern, you in the kitchen, you like, well, at least, I mean, even if just like, with understanding, you could say, look, we ain't got no, you know what I mean, and it may just be the era I grew up in, but you ain't, the heat of the furnace go out, but you still got a gas stove. Everybody will pile up in their kitchen, and they'll cut that oven on and open the door. Or they'll just turn the burners on, and it's discerning where you at in the house. Because if it's the one and all the power go out, why you gonna go away in the back room where all you got is cover, when everybody can, hey, go to the kitchen, we got heat, we can cook, we got coffee, cocoa, whatever, because you discern where you need it to be. So it's like what side of the house you need to be on, where you need to be at in life, what you need to learn, and then be able to distinguish good from bad. So that's what we on.
Yeah. I remember I used to have the old school bathrooms. My grandma, they had a little heater thing. It's like fire, hit the thing, and then fire come on. You know what I'm talking about?
Gas heater.
Gas heater, yeah. Because they didn't have a whole vent coming through the bathroom. You had to hit that on and heat the bathroom and let that run all night so you don't get up to no cold bathroom. Come. So Proverbs 4 and 7. Get better at my 4s, y'all. I can practice. All I keep saying 4. Y'all keep looking at me. So it says, everybody there? So it says, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all you're getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote you. She shall bring you to honor when you do embrace her. So, this one, I'm telling y'all, get understanding about everything that you're doing. So this is why we even ask, why do we worship? Why do we do these things? You need to understand why you keep the Shabbat holy. Understand the covenant. Understand where you come from. Understand why you wear fringes and ZZs. Understand why we wear the Dimitris. Understand all these things. Why we call it a tribe, not just an assembly. You see what I'm saying? Or a ministry, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we moving in this way? Get understanding, because once you do, you don't doubt once you understand. But the thing is, a lot of people don't have understanding. That's why they doubt. It's easy to look at something with a funny eye because you don't understand. And sometimes I'm not afraid to admit I don't understand some things. I'm like, I don't understand that. And they'll tell you. I'm like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I gotta look into it. You know? And so that's why even people that's not in this way look at you like you're in a cult, look at you like you crazy, because they don't understand culture. They don't understand culture. An Asian person could have a whole cultural fit on and walk around outside and nobody say nothing. Nothing. But you put on a garment with some ZZs, put a mitri on, they looking at you like, what is you? And or you uncomfortable going in public like that, you know? But on the other side, our people, I'm talking about our people, not the other nation, our people don't understand culture, so they're gonna look at you crazy. Like, why you wearing that? Why you got all this stuff on? Because you ain't got Jordans, Gucci, whatever they be wearing. All this stuff, crazy stuff they wearing, you know, spend thousands of dollars on. So
y'all that don't know Zakai, I mean, I think everybody do, but oftentimes I be looking just like this throughout the week. They be like, that joke got a mitri on every day. And so my family, my biological family be like, why you got that thing on your head? And I gotta ask them, I was like, when have you ever asked a cowboy why he got a cowboy hat? Don't nobody go around asking like, why you got that cowboy hat on? Because they just, that's part of his culture. He from the wild, wild west. He a cowboy. He got a farm somewhere. I'm out here trying to be a whole place every day. Mitried up. Got my crown. Because we are, right, renewing our culture. You know what I mean? That's part of it. That's the vision. You know what I mean? But we know that's part of the vision. Restoring us back to the ancient past. But if you can discern and understand what you got going on, even when we was younger, like you would have a family member, one of my nephews. It was his senior night. He was like, "Would you come out and see me on senior night?" And he played football. I said, "All right, man, I ain't never been in your game, especially because they know I ain't doing none of that on Shabbat." But I said, "I'm gonna come out there and and it got to the point where like I had told stories where I changed the tire one time and I went off in this place, just dirt everywhere, and everybody was like, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, and it was like a hillbilly town, for lack of a better term, somewhere off in the country in Oklahoma, and it was like everywhere I went to the store they was like, sir, can we help you? And I was like, what's going on? And I was like, man, when you understand what you got going on, it's almost like the world will conform to what you got going on and what you're saying, you know what I mean? Because you just operate in principles that's already there. Did it clear up? But I just want to throw that on y'all, man. Next time somebody asks you why you got something African on, ask them why you ain't never asked, you know what I mean, an Irish person why they got on green on St. Patrick's Day. You went around pinching folk and carrying on.
I guess I wore green the day before. And they're like, you supposed to, I came to work the next day. And they're like, you should have wore that yesterday. I'm like, you should have wore green yesterday. Today, you should have wore what you wore yesterday today. I'm like, I don't even worry about what y'all got going on. And I said that, like that. Yeah. Don't worry about what y'all got going on. And then she just looked at me like, okay. Okay. You know? Like, so, anywho. And why that irritated me in the moment. But, yeah. So, Job 28. But he was somebody, man, that when you look, when he went through this situation, he had no understanding of why he was going through what he was going through. But then, soon later, he gained understanding, and he was able to deal with it. You get what I'm saying? So, that okay? It's a leap. Yeah.
Okay. Is it cool?
Yeah,
It chilling? All right.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll if it come out, we do. Yeah. So 28. And like these just I'm just going through scriptures about understanding. So Job 28, y'all there? But so it says, and unto man he said, behold, the fear of Yahuwah, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is what? Understanding. So the simple ability to depart from evil is understanding. This is why Yahuwah said, they shall say, this is your wisdom and understanding amongst the nations, because you have the ability to depart from evil. I ain't doing that because that's evil. How's it evil? It goes against the law that Yahuwah set out for us to live by. So I ain't doing that. I ain't participating in that. That is evil, is wickedness. And you have then to Yahuwah you have understanding. Not to man. To man, they don't operate like that. They operate on how deep, but do you feel good about it? No, all that stupid stuff. It's like, nah, it don't matter how I feel about it. Is it right or is it wrong? I understand the consequences to this. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna play with it. You know? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So just keep that in mind. And to depart from evil is understanding. So if you have the ability to depart from evil, know that you got some understanding out here. You know? Okay, let me I already know I'm gonna go to Rock. Rock chapter 5, starting at verse 10. Come on. Just one verse.
Yeah, just know if y'all don't have it with y'all got a Bible app, go into King JVAE, which is KJV with Apocrypha. It's Ecclesiasticus. 10.
Yes, it's 10.
You know, 5 and 10. Y'all there? Hallelujah. So it says, be steadfast in your understanding. What is it? Okay, hold on. I'm going to ask that in a minute. And let your word be the same. So, what does it mean to be steadfast?
Somebody said it, say it.
Come. So, you said consistent. That can go, firm. Okay. So, if you firm in your understanding, what does that mean? What does it mean to be steadfast in your understanding?
Not this way. You can't persuade it.
Okay, I can hear y'all in the front, but I just can't hear y'all back there. No.
Can't be swayed.
Can't be swayed. Okay.
Not easily moved.
Not
things can move. Hallelujah. You know? So this is important because we left this in here for a reason. It's important for us to be steadfast on our understanding. And so this is why we ask y'all, what's the vision? What's the mission? You know, and all this. We ask y'all because we want y'all to have an understanding on what it is that we're doing. So people can't easily just come in and just poof, blow over your mind. You like, it just tumbling up the road. You just thinking like, dang, you know, no. Because I understand what we doing here. I understand why we doing this here. I understand the time we in.
That's good. What was that lesson y'all just did about praise and worship? While we worship. Spiritual worship. Yeah, spiritual worship. Worship and warfare, worship and worship. You know what I mean? Understanding why that's being done. Why do we do those things? All to give you understanding. So you can discern what part of the tent you in. What part of Abba's house you in.
Let's go to Sirach 19. Sirach 19:24. And everybody. So, y'all there? Hallelujah. This is a good one. I love this one. It says, he that hath small understanding and fear Elohim is much better. The one that hath much wisdom and transgresseth the law of the Most High. Say it loud now. Because all you need is a small bit of understanding. It ain't about, that's why I keep telling y'all, it ain't about knowing Hebrew and this and that and this and that. Just how you got a whole bunch of knowledge, but you still transgressing the law. What good does it do you? Because obviously you're not applying it. You know? But it says, he that hath small understanding is and fears Yahuwah. Because that small understanding just gonna save, might just save your life and get you into the kingdom. That's small understanding. Because of course, you fearing Yahuwah, it's gonna grow because he gives that to you. He gives wisdom and understanding. So eventually he's gonna increase it if you stay what? Steadfast. And you understand? The small understanding that you have. You know? And so we look at this thing, when we talked about last week, being made whole. And we got to have an understanding that, like when we read the scriptures, when we see in Genesis where it says Noah, it said he was perfect in the eyes of Yahuwah. He walked upright. But then, it didn't say he never sinned, did it? It said he was perfect and upright. It said Abraham was perfect. It said these people were perfect. What does it mean to be perfect? The word there is tamim. And it means to just be whole. That's all it means. They were whole. So this is what we're trying to reach a state to be made whole in Yahuwah. So that way we can fully mature. So this way we can be perfect before Yahuwah. And it's all about understanding though. Because you have to understand, like I said, where you went wrong, so you can get to where you need to get to, so you can't go back there. You can set up parameters and boundaries in your life with people, things, all that, and you can walk forward.
God, so even when we talk about being made perfect, so it's one thing to understand, like we got this, just to let back on what you said, we got this fictional understanding about what being perfect in Yahuwah is. And we'll so much go and say that, like, this is a person who never has sinned. That's a perfect person. It's only one person that has lived and not sinned. We know who that is, Yahushua, right? But guess what? He still died for sins. The iniquities was put on him. See what I mean? So when we look at this, we like, okay, what makes a man perfect or mature in Yahuwah? So Yahuwah will have you going through the course of your life, and you'll do things. You'll wonder, man, you'll look back on it, you'll be like, why would I do something like that? I actually did that. I actually went through with that. I actually used to think that. I actually used to do that. But he had you going through that, and then for you to get to this point, to look back on that and be like, man, I was immature. I was immature. I was imperfect. Now I'm made perfect. I'm made whole. This is what that looks like. Look at Yahuwah. Talking about our forefather Yahuwah. Not Yahuwah. Now read back I can see Yahuwah. So Yahuwah, our father Yahuwah, we see how we can just speak his name and you feel validated. You feel whole. I'm from Yahuwah, right? Or is that just me? I'm the only one feel that way. All right. So understanding that we take good joy in his name. But let me tell you this. When he was walking through the course of his life, he sinned. He did some crazy things, some things that you never probably done before. I mean, some horrendous things. One was he slept with his own daughter-in-law, got her pregnant. Had incest. Yeah, he drunk a lot. He did it because he got drunk. So understanding that it's not to highlight his evil, but it's to show once he did that, it matured him. When you go read his testament, he will plead with us to tell us, hey, if I was you, I wouldn't even drink. Stay away from women and alcohol. Stay away from fornication. And he was like, because I know that's what you will do. Because why? You my seed. And so understanding that he did those things, but it said he went so much where he fasted. It said he didn't even eat meat till he was old of age. He just straight disciplined himself. He just said, man, he probably didn't drink no wine or nothing, but no, he didn't drink nothing. He didn't eat no meat. He just was, but it matured him after he did that. But if he would have never did that, he would never have matured. Daud, right? The man after Yahuwah's own heart. Meaning, Yahuwah's thoughts was his thoughts. He wanted to think like Yahuwah. Whatever was wicked and evil, he wanted none of it. That's why you would see scriptures where he would say, basically he would talk about slaying the wicked, slaying the evil. Although we're going to purge them out. We're going to purge them off the face of the earth. Because why? He had Yahuwah's mind. So anybody did anything opposite of Yahuwah, it was off with their head. That's the passion he had, right? But he had to get matured first. He had to take a man's wife that was devout for him. He had to kill him to try to cover his sin up. And we'll look at that like, oh man, he wicked, he this and that. But I guarantee he didn't do it again. He was matured after that. He was made perfect.
Then they say he never committed the same sin
Twice.
because he was mature. He had
Understanding. He had that understanding.
to depart from evil.
Yep. So that's all I wanted to say. Like I said, we got that thought process of our father Shlomo or Solomon. He said, there has not been a righteous man that has lived and not sinned. There has not been a, what we say righteous is lawful and just. Y'all remember that? The three words, what's 3 words? Is righteous. Love. Yep. Righteous, righteous, lawful, and just. It's just 3 words. That's it. They all mean the same thing. It's like vehicle, car, and automobile. So whenever you see righteous, you know that means to be lawful. It means to follow divine laws. So if it said there has not been a righteous man, that means a man who follows divine laws, who has not what? Sinned. What's sin? What's sin? Transgression of the law. There has not been somebody who followed divine laws who has not transgressed the law. There has not been one that has walked the earth to the end of their life, or even besides Yahushua. There has not been one. It's not been one.
Even Isaiah, yes, y'all said, hey, I'm a man of unclean lips. Hey, purge me.
Purge me. He had to get delivered
Before he went into his ministry, of being a prophet. And that's why Shaul, y'all know Shaul, he was killing Israelites. And now he used by Yahushua. Yahushua spoke to him, hey, go do this. But the thing is, he said, these things are written for our learning. It's written so we can learn to do good. Ain't no excuses, man. We got this. We say we live by this. Ain't no excuses. No excuse. You can't say, oh, I stole it, but I ain't know. Where you at? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
One thing we got to get an understanding of, or we won't, or want everybody to get an understanding of, is deception. Deception. So what is the greatest form of deception? Because Chief Elder Moshe just said this 2 weeks ago on the Sunday call. Hallelujah. Somebody was listening. Self-deception. Self-deception. We often deceive ourselves. And it's ironic because who is the wisest man to ever have lived? Shlomo. Yedidiah. King Shlomo. And what was his downfall? Women. Yahuwah told him, don't take all them wives from them other nations, because they gonna call you to serve their elves or they little gods. And the wisest person in the planet leaned onto his own understanding and failed. Because I guess he deceived himself. We don't know, but you can surmise he deceived himself to listen to his own understanding. Don't trust yourself. Yeah, she felt emotion to it. He said, I don't trust myself. So I'm not going to put myself in a predicament where I got to trust myself, because the word tell you, lean out on your own understanding. So we going to stay in slow-mo and just look and see what he say for a few minutes. And it's like, man, this guy said this, and guess what he did? The opposite of what he said. Let's go to Proverbs, Miss Lee, 3. We're going to read 5 through 7. Proverbs 3, 5 through 7. Hallelujah. It says, trust in Yahuwah with all thy heart. Lean not on thy own understanding. Don't fear yourself, fear Yahuwah. Just a small amount of fear is understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your path. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahuwah and depart from evil. So verse 6 says, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. If you can understand what evil is, you should understand how to always acknowledge him. Because we know evilness, wickedness, sin is the thing that separates us from him. Separate us from the love of Yahuwah. So you can kind of discern where you at with how you living. But the thing about that is, if you trust yourself to tell yourself, I'm right, and can't nobody tell you nothing, it ain't gonna work. Be not wise in thy own eyes. Fear Yahuwah and depart from him. That's verse 7. Our life experiences oftentimes will teach us some lessons. I'm telling you, you put your... I'm sorry, my daughter put a pressing comb on my granddaughter's hair this week. And she said, Poppy, she burned my ear. And culturally, a lot of people can relate to that. You know what I mean? Especially my generation, because I remember my aunties, them sitting in the kitchen. You know what I mean? They try to see if it's hot enough. But once that thing burn you, you get an understanding that thing hot. And they'll be telling you, girl, don't be moving. Girl, don't move.
Hold your ear. Hold your ear.
Yeah, hold your ear. That's because you instantly, especially pain, man, adversity, pain, them things will give you understanding quick. Man, when I was young, I think my mom, just somebody, elder, being wise, say, don't let your tank be on E. Just don't let your tank get to E. When it's at a quarter, fill it up. And sometimes it's crazy. It's like, man, how do people run out of gas when it's a whole gauge in the car? But you let it get to E and you ain't checking them gauges. You just, because you got to understand on how to drive. You ain't got to understand on how to maintain the car, but you got to understand on how to drive. So sometimes that may just feel like I'm getting this. You got to listen to somebody. That might finna be my spiel for the next 15 minutes. You gonna have to listen to somebody. You cannot be just always go by your own experiences, even when that hot comb then burns you a couple of times. Man, and that's hard to say, but man, because We know what prophecy tells us is coming. We know it. And I'm fearful because I know us. Some people just ain't already let go of Babylon. They think they have. We really be thinking we have. But I'm telling you, you be trying to prepare your mind and try to prepare your mind and, you know what I mean? And just on some deep subjects. Deep subjects. I got 3 grandkids, 11, 8, and 7. You know what I mean? In them ages, they still kind of pure innocent. You know what I mean? And you want to do everything you can to protect them. They got their own parents. And you got to walk out your walk. And you'll around be fooling with some grandchildren. And their parents that's still in Babylon. Thinking you know. And then you're not going to be able to react. Something happened to them. Are you willing to be like, Yahuwah got them? They ain't even at the age of accountability. Yahuwah got them. I got to keep it moving. I know that's that's hard. The hard saying is he telling them, nobody saying don't worry about them. You know what I mean? And you shouldn't be worried, but pray for them. And just have an understanding on we know what words say is coming. So be not wise. You got to listen to somebody. Proverbs, let's go to Proverbs, still in Mishnah 14. We're going to go to 14 and 12 and 16 and 25. 14 and 12, 16 and 25. I'm telling y'all to write them down like that because they say the exact same thing. I'm going to read both of them. Proverbs 14, 12, and then 16, 25. Proverbs 14, 12, then Proverbs 16, 25. We got Mora said hallelujah, all right. She said how I said, I know I heard a hallelujah. It says, there is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. Just imagine that when you really feel like you got it figured out. Because I grew up in church. Man, I was a church boy. You know what I mean? You get in your teenage years and try to go out there and hit them streets, and it's a whole new world. Some people love it, some people hate it, but I'm talking about from 3 months old, I think I was in somebody's church every Sunday. Church boy. And guess what? It seemed right to me for a whole bunch of years. Gabira say over 40. She said I was in church over 40 years. 60. She said they had 20 on that. And I mean, and that's a statement, y'all. Cause you know what I mean? Me, Zakane, not Elder Shemuel, but I mean Zakane, Elder. That's our life. You know what I mean? And we, you know what I mean? That's all our life. That's 10 years. That's a decade longer than we've been living. That it seemed right. And come to find out, we were supposed to be keeping them laws, statutes, and commandments the whole time. Fooling around here, got our babies chasing colored eggs. Dragging trees in your, well, we ain't even know because people argue dragging that tree. What's that, Jeremiah 2 or 10? 10, Jeremiah 10. They was dragging, that was idols. No matter what, it say, learn not the way of the heathen. So for, I know 40 years of my life, you know what I mean, dragging idols in houses, or just learning the ways of the heathen. really think, you know what I mean? And I mean, it was time in my life you couldn't tell me. You couldn't tell me. You know what I mean? Because it seemed right unto me. To die for his ruach.
And that's the crazy part, because that is what deception is. What happens is you see that little truth in it. Deception is a little truth wrapped in a big old lie. But you see that little bit of truth in it. Right? And so that's what draws you in. And so it seems right to you because you see that little bit of truth in the center. You know? But in the end, it's death. So that's what deception is. Truth wrapped up in a little bit of truth wrapped up in a big old lie. That's what deception is.
It's a proverb that say, man, something to the effect that a fool will believe anything, but a prudent man will have bread or something. I know it was in that lesson we did, the 10, 10, 10, 70. But I just remember a proverb saying that. Proverbs 16:25. It says, there is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. So one says there is a way which seemeth right, another one says is a way that seemeth right. Which and that is the only difference in them two scriptures. So Shaul just repeating himself. Shlomo. And just to think about that, y'all, it's sad, but it's so beautiful that Yahuwah would bring us out of our ignorance. Because it's a lot of stuff that we do that's ritualistic. A lot of those holidays that we talked about are literally pagan rituals that you participate in. And people will tell you all the time, you know you can open people. If I ask just people in the world, can you accidentally open a spiritual door, what would they say? Man, everybody tell, just in my day, they'd be like, don't play with no Ouija board. You open something up. Yeah. Don't be throwing chicken bones and they used to tell her, take your hair, go get your hair, don't let your hair, because somebody get your hair, they do this, and that too. Because people always understood you can tap into something spiritually. That's why them folk in Africa are doing Ifa and all that stuff. Go ahead.
Jeremiah 4:22.
Hallelujah.
It's, y'all say hallelujah way out there. Hallelujah. It says, for my people, for my people is foolish. They have not known me. They are sottish children, and that word sottish means stupid. You know, in some translations. And they have none understanding. They are wise to do evil. They know how to do what he said, they don't do all this crazy stuff. But it says, but to do good, they have no knowledge.
They have no understanding.
And that's what we saying. Learn to do good. You got to learn, because we know how to do all that.
Man.
You pick up on all that easy. But when it's time to do this, keep a feast day, remember even the scripture. It's like, I can't even remember. I can remember that song, but I can't remember nothing else. Like, you have to rewire your mind to seek after righteous things. Because the things of the world, like I said, it's easy to just latch on to and just learn. Easy. But when it comes to this stuff, people, it's just so hard. And it's really, the only thing is because you have no desire. Truthfully. But I ain't trying to go.
No, you good.
You ain't got no desire to do good. That's why you don't want to do it. It ain't that. It's not easy, but it's not hard either. He telling you what to do. It's a challenge doing it, but it can get done. Because otherwise he wouldn't tell us to do this stuff. So,
man, even we get fooled, y'all. Even we get fooled. It's a parable I want to read because I listened to it this morning. If I get to it, y'all remind me to talk about Subway. Because, I mean, we wise to ourselves. All right, Proverbs 16:2. Michelle Lee 16:2. And then we're going to go to Michelle Lee 21:2. So 16:2, 21:2. They just, you know what I mean? Shlomo just reiterating himself. But you have to know to do good. It don't even make sense to know what good is and then you turn around and don't do it. (16:2, 21:2). Got hallelujah? Hallelujah. All right. It says, all the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but Yahuwah weigheth the spirit. All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but Yahuwah weigheth the spirit. Man, that thing spoke out to me. That thing said, we be over righteous. Because the ways of a man are clean. My ways are clean. I'm fasting. I ain't eating meat. I mean, it is for real. It's literally stuff that we try to do because we understand. We trying to be priests out here. So there's certain things in our lives that we simply don't do just as lifestyle. Not, you know what I mean, that they sin, but we can see in scripture that the priests had these things that they didn't do because they was doing the services of Yahuwah. But then you will sit up there and see yourself doing these works, but your spirit ain't right. Because it says Yahuwah weighed the spirit. Rock hit us up a couple of weeks ago, and he was like, what's y'all thoughts on unjust scales? Unbalanced scales? You know what I mean? And you will sit up here and you will feel that you right or you righteous or your scale is lean weight because I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. But what are you gauging it by? Man, I never forget in the military, you at certain ranks you have to go before a promotion board, and it's people sitting up here and you sit before them, and they would ask you a question like, why do you need to be at the next rank? And I remember I sat in one and I said something to the effect of, because I'm busting everybody else in the head. I said, I'm busting all the other sergeants in the head. They can't run fast as me. They can't do push-ups like me. They can't do the paperwork like me. I'm busting them in the head. And one of the sergeant majors said, well, what if they all garbage? You might just be better garbage than them. Why don't you find out what the standard is and say, I exceed the standard, or I meet the standard all the time, or no matter when I do fail, because we all fail, I'm trying to hit the mark. I'm trying to reach the standard. What is the standard? Do good. Understand what you need to be doing, discerning what part of the tent you in, whose house you in. Are you doing good? Are you doing evil? Because you can do some stuff that look good and it makes you feel good, but you're really doing evil. So even in that, you mean he's clean in his own eyes. When Chief Elder Moshe was here, I can't remember the scripture, but he was talking about the living water. And letting that living water, letting Yahushua, matter of fact, just letting Yahushua clean you from the inside. Because we are a traumatic people, and we got all these traumas going on, and sometimes we don't even believe we got these traumas going on. Because can't nobody tell us nothing. Moving to 21:2. Moving to 21:2. It says, every way of a man is right. The last one said clean, but this one says right in his own eyes. But Yahuwah pondereth the heart. So the last one he's judging your heart. This one the last one he's judging your ruach. This one he's judging your heart. Maury the Rock, it ain't no telling how many lessons on what's the heart. Y'all better not mess it up. Say it loud. What's the heart? Mind. All right. Whoa. He in your mind. Because it's a lot of people that'll do right in front of people to look right. But what do your mind say? And I'm telling you that programming, that's the television, the programming in the, what's the other one? The amusement, they musing you. Because, you know what I mean? Yeah, entertainment. And I'm speaking, you know what I mean, being honest, having a dialogue. And it shows you, because sometimes, I've had conversation with the Most High, like, man, I want, man, and Amore Daniel said all the time, you got to learn to hate the things Yahuwah hate. And so sometimes I see something, and I'll be like, man, why didn't I hate that? I should have hated that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, man, just, you know what I mean? I'll see it and I hit it, and I'll be like, why did I hit that? And it ain't nothing, you know what I mean? But it's just TikTok, a crazy TikTok dance on the phone. Like, why did I even hit that button? Gotta hate the things he hates.
That even goes to like when you receiving counsel from somebody and you in your mind really don't want to receive it. And you go off and be like, oh well, they somebody said do this, but I don't know what they talking about. Yeah, I don't really agree. You might as well just be honest to say, hey, I heard what you're saying and I appreciate, but I don't agree with that. Say it right then and there. Then you good. Then we say, okay, well, I ain't gonna give you no more. I ain't gotta waste my time. You know what I'm saying? If you don't agree, because I ain't, my feelings ain't gonna be hurt. So that's, just, we gotta, but be careful. Because you better be right. Just know that. Because they don't be coming back saying, well, when you said, I want to hear it now. But, yeah.
Somebody might hit you back with, all right, there's a way to seem right unto a man.
Seem right. Seem right. You give it the blessing.
Keep on listening to your own understanding. Proverbs 21:12. Proverbs 21:12. Seest thou a wise man in his own conscience? There is more hope of a fool than him. So somebody that's just a fool, that's just doing what he got going on.
It's 21:12. Proverbs 21:12.
I'm happy. Oh, I didn't bring the right note. That's what it says.
What was the verse? What did it say again?
26:12. They wanted that precept. They were like, all right. Seest thou a man wise in his own conceit, there is more hope of a fool than him. So, we gonna leave that there. So, cause we gonna talk some more about fools anyway. I know the Brit Hashad say, don't call no man fool. It ain't us. Scripts say, is more hope of a fool than in him. And some of that is, so we can't, so in this season, where we got a second time around for Aruka, receive it. Just like, I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I'm holding on to my deliverance. I don't care if I used to hate and be angry. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. Every time you try to pop your head up, I'm done with that. When somebody tell me, hey, you over righteous, it's in love. Ain't nobody telling you over righteous just because they have fun telling you over righteous. Maybe you need to, especially, apply principle. So what's the principle? 2 or 3 witnesses. You know what I mean? Mora come tell you, Gabira come tell you, Moray come tell you, you might want to listen. And we gotta stay in order until, and so within rebirth is reach up, vent up, ask up, and not sideways. And so even as we keep changing and keep understanding things, it's some things that y'all gonna love. It's changes that's like, man, they gonna love them changes. Man, it's changes that like, ooh, they finna kick back. They gonna kick the prick. They gonna kick against the prick on that one. But it's even like, but it's for everyone's good. So, the tribe or national tribe, the family, the Mishpakat is set up like, the elders and the imams are going to have to go through training to be elders and imams. So once you've got that training, then people can come to you and reach up. But until that happens, don't do it, because somebody might still be trying to heal too. And people, that was some of the Pharisees' problem. They just wanted to circumcise people because they wanted to rule over people's flesh. I want some of your flesh. And they wasn't righteous either. Yahuwah come like, these jokers here. Do what they say, but don't do what they do. How many people ever heard of an opportunity cost? Anybody ever heard of an opportunity cost? Opportunity cost. And the only reason I knew this is because I was a economics major for a short time. But I took a lot of economic classes, and it's microeconomic theory, which it says opportunity cost of a particular activity is the option is the loss of value or benefit that would be occurred by engaging in an activity relative to engaging in the alternative activity. So basically, because I was like, what do that mean? Basically, the opportunity cost is the price that you pay for the choice that you made. Man, y'all say that. The price you pay for the choice that you made. So say I invest $100 into this thing here, and I make $1,000. But and Moray took the same $100 and invested it in this thing over here, and he made $1 million. The opportunity cost for me was $999,000. How do you get whatever the difference from $1,000 from $1 million? It's an opportunity cost for not doing good, not doing what's right. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it say the wages, the payment of sin is death. You know, that's you miss out on eternity. You see what I'm saying? So you really risking it. You know.
God. Y'all was gonna hit on correction, but I done ate up like 20 minutes or 30 minutes. So I'm just gonna hit this and read a parable, and I'm gonna send it over to Maury. Proverbs 12 and 15. Proverbs 12 and 15. It says, the way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he that hearkeneth unto counsel is wise. When the chief elders are putting out these halakas, putting Torahs out, and you can receive it, you're wise. But not me. Not Moray, but the word says, when you cannot hearken unto counsel, you a fool. So when people is telling you, leave that trauma where it is, them schizophrenic behaviors that you didn't identify, leave them where they is. You always easily offended. You know I got a problem with always being offended. I need to leave that alone. I need to get rid of it. Because this may be the last time you got to get rid of it. I'm going to run to Luke 16 real quick. And I'm going to run through it real fast, y'all. It spoke to me. I listened to it on the way up this morning, and it was saying so much of the same thing Solomon was saying. A lot of stuff that Moray said, you know what I mean, at the beginning. I was like, man, that's his parable. Y'all there in Luke 16? All right, start at verse 1. It says, and he said also unto his disciples, there was a certain rich man which had a steward, which is a servant. And the same was accused unto him that he wasted his goods. So the master's saying that the servant been wasting his goods. And he called him and said unto him, how is it that I hear of thee? Give an account of thy stewardship, for thou may be no longer my steward. So, hey, give account of the work you've been doing, because I might fire you. Then the steward said within himself, all right, y'all heard that in himself. Wise to himself. What shall I do? For my Lord, my Adonai, my master, taketh away from me my stewardship. He's going to take away my job. And I can't dig to beg. I can't bear to beg. I'm ashamed. So instead of, he's saying right there, I'm too ashamed to do what I need to do. I'm too ashamed to do the right thing. I am resolved. I'm resolved to do that. I am put out of the stewardship. They may receive me into their house. So if I get fired, the people that I've been dealing with might take me into their house. So he called every one of his master's debtors, so all the people that his master, that owed his master, unto him, and said unto the first, how much owest thou unto my master? And he said 100 measures of oil. And he said to him, take the bill and sit down and quickly write 50. So cut it in half. So that way when he come back to see, oh, it's going to line up because I know how much is missing. Verse 7, he said, and to another he said, how much owest thou? And he said 100 measures of wheat. And he said unto him, take thy bill and write 80. So make it 80. Take it from 100 to 80. And he commanded the unjust steward because he had done wisely, for the children of this world are their generations wilder than the children of light. These folk wilder than the children of light, conniving, up to no good. And I say unto you, make yourself friends of mammon, of unrighteousness, that when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitation. So, make yourself friends with evil. Make yourself friends with evil, and guess what? You're going to resurrect to evil. You're going to resurrect. You ain't going to resurrect to life. You're going to resurrect to death. He that is faithful in which is least is faithful also in much. And he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much. And that thing spoke to me because even more raised, I can't. Sometimes you wise in your own heart, or you clean unto yourself. So one time I went to Subway and ordered some food, and the girl that was working there was mad. She's the steward. And something was going on in the cash register. She was like, the cash register don't work. Take it. Go. I ain't charging you nothing. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I'm gone. Free food. Thank you. Thank you, Most High. And then when I was reading that parable, I was like, ooh, she that steward. She's that steward that's mismanaging her boss or her master's stuff. And I'm sitting there participating in it. I'm taking my 100 down to 80. I'm moving mine down to 50. And I was like, see, you sit up here think you clean. We be thinking we clean. But something, you know what I mean? Do good. So, that's all. That's all. Hallelujah.
So I know, staying with that theme, I'm going to reread Jeremiah 4:22 just to reiterate. So we talking about understanding to be able to distinguish between two things. What's good and what's evil. It's two sides. And it's a wall between it. That's understanding. You understanding the different sides. So it says this. For my people is foolish. They have not known me. They have not known me. They don't know me. What's no? Intimacy. They don't know me. When you know somebody, you intimate with them. You know them. You know when they feeling a certain way. You know when they off. You know. So we don't. He said, my people don't know me. It says they are stupid children, right? Children, meaning he's the parent. And what child, unless, of course, you didn't grow up in the same house as your parent, but most children, when you grow up in the house with your parent, you know your parent. You know when your mother irritated. You know when your dad is irritated. You know when you get on their nerves. And you know when they're happy. You know when they in a good mood. You see what I mean? You know, that's how you know when to ask for stuff. Because you know you're able to distinguish, to discern. Nah, I shouldn't do it right now. They gonna tell me no. But you're able to use that. Understand it. So we don't know Yahuwah. It said we. Okay, don't create a difficult password. So it says, let me see. Oh, y'all gotta finish this. I was gonna go to the next thing. It says, and they have none understanding. We have no understanding. It says they are wise to do evil, right? Wise to do evil, and to do good, they have no knowledge. So, what if I told you where it started? Where it all began at? Where we were wise to do evil, but to do good, we had no understanding. We had no knowledge to it. By choice. Go to Genesis 2:9. Yup, y'all already knew it. Because this is the thing though. Y'all already knew I was going with it. Because why? Yahuwah said, it is not in the Shamayim to say, who shall go up into the Shamayim and bring it down to us? Or who shall go over the seas and bring it back unto us? For the word is in your mouth. That's what he said. It's very nigh to you. You already know most of the time. You just don't tap into it. You just don't want to know. Because it's going against your will. Most of the time we already know. So it says this, 2:9. It says, and out of the ground made Yahuwah Eluah to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight. And what? Good for food. We're going to deal with that. It says, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, right? The tree of life. That was also a good tree, right? For food. It says, and the tree of knowledge, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil was there. And we know it, what they did. They ate of it, right? We know that. We already know that part. So let's deal with this, though. Let's deal with good. The word told. And I'm going to just tell y'all what it is. And I'm going to give y'all the strong so y'all can go look it up for yourself. Let's see. So, the word told. It is Strong's 2895. You already looked it up, huh? All right. It says, to be good such as in being functional. Being functional. He said the trees, right, were there for food. They were good. They were functional. They carried out their function, right? To eat of it. They were there to be eaten of. Trees, good for food, function. Then it says, and evil, the other word. That's Strong's number 74. Cut that down. It says, that's, can I hear us on there? Okay. So it says Strong's, this 7451. Strong 7451 and 7452 as well. It says this, something dysfunctional. It's evil, ra. Dysfunctional. Wrong, wrong, evil, or wicked. It says to shatter the law, war, or great rejoicing. That's also another word for it. But ra, the root word for it, is something dysfunctional, wrong, evil, or wicked. So there also was a tree there that had the knowledge to be functional and dysfunctional. So they now understood if they ate of the tree. What did Hawa say? She told Hashatan, we're not even supposed to touch it. We ain't even supposed to touch it. We ain't supposed to look at it. We ain't supposed to worry about it. Because why? It had dysfunction on it. But he said, are you sure? And he what? Deceived her. Deception. When you go back and read it, you'll see the deception that he used. He said, you won't surely die. He was right. You weren't going to die immediately. Then a little bit of truth wrapped around in a big old lie. And so when she ate it, she now understood. He said, now look, now they know the difference between good and evil. Now they know function and dysfunction. So now I got to remove the tree of life, lest they eat of that and be dysfunctional forever. This is why we have to die now. Why? So dysfunction can cease. That's why the wages of sin are death. So it's an end to dysfunction. Because that's not how he created it. That's not what he set up.
That's why in the Torah he'll say, thou shalt not do this, or you're going to get killed.
Yeah.
And you shall put away the evil from amongst the children of Israel. He'll say that over and over and over. Put away the evil from amongst you.
Right. That's evil. Evil is doing something that you're not supposed. That it's an order set, it's a function set, but then you start operating out of the dysfunction. That's the evil. That's evil. That's what evil is. So then it says, that was just the precept. The ox knows its owner. This is Isaiah 1 and 3. Isaiah 1 and 3. Y'all write that down. Isaiah 1 and 3. Isaiah 1 verses 3. Chapter 1 verses 3. It says, the ox knows his owner, and the donkey his master's crib. But Israel doth not know. My people doth not consider. It don't even come to our mind. Why is Yahuwah telling us to be this way? A donkey knows his master's crib. He understands where his home is. He understands where he's supposed to be, how he's supposed to function. An ox knows his master. He's intimate with his master. When his master say, don't do it, he won't do it. When his master says go, he goes. When his master says work, he works. But Israel does not know. My people do not even consider. They don't even think about it. They don't think about why I tell them to do these things. They don't even consider it. Because they are wise to do dysfunction. Wise to do evil. But to function, they have no knowledge. Is it making sense? Hallelujah.
You see so many, like you see scholars, and that's like, they know Egyptology so well, they know Islam, so they just like, but I'm like, how you ain't find the truth if you know all this stuff? They know all this stuff about our history. Go deep, 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 deep. So what's up with you? It's like, man, you talk about it. For real?
To do good, they have no knowledge.
Like, man, that's crazy.
They can't understand function. They can't understand what's good.
Because we have a function. We ain't just hurt. We ain't just Israelites. We Israelites. That's not what it's about. We gotta function. We gotta be the kings and the priests on earth. We gotta do something. That's why we are who we are. Because we gotta do something. We got a job to fulfill. That's it. We ain't just sitting here looking. No one looking at our skin color saying this is us. Right. Nah, man, it's more to it. We got, man.
Right. They say ox know his master. When we go back to where Maury started, he know where he at in the tent. Exactly. He has understanding. He understand I'm not the master, that's the master. Right. You know what I mean? He has understanding.
Right. And so then I got Proverbs 26 and 11. Proverbs 26 and 11. I'm going to go somewhere with this, y'all. Bear with me. We almost done. I know y'all tired. I know y'all necks getting... Y'all done worked that today. The ox at least. No, the sisters went in. Y'all was going in. Testing y'all. Testing y'all. Look, I was testing y'all. The ox and the occultes. Dysfunctional, you know what I'm saying? It's no being dysfunctional. So it says Proverbs 26 and 11. Proverbs 26, it says, as a dog returns to his vomit, so a fool returneth to his folly. What's 12? I didn't go.
Seest thou a man wise in his own conceit? There's more hope of a man there's more hope of a fool than him.
See? That's it.
We laying back off each other. Ain't even know we laying back off each other.
Exactly. So, as a dog, right, returning back to the vomit, right? I know it sounds nasty though. So
I haven't seen it. You got a dog, you can sit there.
Yeah.
And they'll start eating.
Yeah, you can almost kill them. So it says, because then they try to lick you and stuff. Like, so that's everybody saying, oh, but you didn't let your dog lick you though. I'm saying, you didn't let your dog lick your hand.
You don't know when they did it.
You don't know when they did that. That's why I don't even touch our dog. I just be like, I don't know what you did in that cage, child. That's her dog. That ain't my dog. That's her dog. I don't even claim him. It's in the house. Yeah, it's her dog. So it says, receive this aruka the second time, right? Zakai just said that. This time around, truly receive that aruka. So we don't be like dogs returning back to our vomit. Right? So, you was dealing with me this week about our dog. And I was just watching her. I don't know why I was watching her. I was just watching her. And I talked to one of the ox about this week as well. A couple of them I killed. I killed because I'm going to be dysfunctional. It's crazy. So, it's a habit. So, it says this. So, I said this to a couple of the brothers and the sisters, and we were talking. And as I was letting them know, it was like even more revelation was coming out. As I was telling them. Have y'all ever did that? When y'all actually saying something, you get even more of a revelation as you say it. And so, so what it was I was watching him. And I was just watching how he acted. I'm like, he don't like sharing food, you know, put some food in his bowl. You go right by, he start growling. What's wrong with you, you know? Stingy for no reason, right? And you gave it to him. But that's his nature. That's his nature. I took him to the restroom. Listen, that's why it's your dog. So, I'll take him out to use the restroom. And I would watch him. I'm like, why do you have to go sniff other dogs' feces just to use the restroom? Like, what's the logic behind it? I can't make sense of it, but I'm not supposed to, because that's his nature. That's how he is. We can't explain that. I'm like, bro, why are you doing that? But you can't change it. That's how his mind works, right? I was like, I'm gonna test something. I was supposed to take him out. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just let him out. I'm gonna let him out the house. Just, let him go use the restroom. Yep, off the leash. I let him out. Waited a little bit, I got occupied. I said, oh, he's still outside. And, I was like, okay, so I called for him. He didn't come. I called for him again. He didn't come. I was like, man, we gonna see what he doing. I walked out there, and I looked. He was way on the other side. As soon as he seen me, I said, what you doing? I yelled it, though. And he just started using the bathroom then. Like, that's when he had to use it, though. Like, he had to slip all the way over there just to use the restroom. Like, you ain't never used it over there, but now all of a sudden you got to use it over there, right? Right? He was wise to do it, though. He knew what he was doing. That's why as soon as he heard me call, he started using the restroom. All right, let me hurry up and go use it, because I already know. And so then he started inching. Like, when he was done, I just stood there, waited till he got done. I was like, come on. And he'd start coming. And as he got closer, he got slower and slower. He didn't want to walk past me. Right? And I bucked at him, just to make him run a little faster. But he walked by. And then he went in the house. I was like, man, I don't know why you went way over there. What's wrong with you? And so I started to put him in the cage. But for some reason, I don't know why, I just did it. I didn't put him back in the cage, And I just kept watching him, though. I'm like, why am I watching this dog? And so I started to see what he would do. He knows. He knows. Let me tell you how he knows not to do these things. He knows not to drag his butt on the carpet. He know it. When I say he know it. So he'll go, we'll be talking or something, and he'll just sit. He'll just face forward. He'll just be sitting there. Like, he'll be stiff. He'll just be like, yeah, he's thinking. He's trying to wait to see if I'm going to let him do it this time. He'll just sit there for a long time, and I'll just be like, and I just act like I don't see him. I just be like, yeah, just be, I'm like, look at your dog. Look at him. Look at him. I'm finna turn him. And he'll start to, I'm like, what you do? He'll run into the cage. But I'm like, you're not supposed to do it, though. But that's his nature. He has to do what he's not supposed to do. You see what I mean? He is wise to do evil. I was asking myself, I was watching him, I'm like, what if he knew, right, to just go press this button, he can get his own water? What if he knew how to open the door, he can just go use the restroom on his own? He can go get his own food. What if he knew these things? What if his mind elevated up to where we wouldn't have to do these things for him? And Yahuwah said, this is Israel. This is Israel. I'm trying to elevate their minds, but they are wise to be animals. They are wise to operate in dysfunction. This is why I'm trying to give you access like sons and daughters, because if he was able to do these things, he'd be like a son or a daughter. He'd be a pet, but he wouldn't even be no longer a pet if he can feed himself. Think about it. He wouldn't be no longer a pet if he can go take himself to use the restroom. He wouldn't even function like a pet like that. It'd be like a family member, like a child. So this is how Yahuwah wants us to be. He wants us to be like his sons and daughters. He want to give us access to water, to living water. He want to give us access to eat. He want to give us the freedom to go in, go out and come in. Right? Go out the house and come in the house. He wants to give us that freedom to do that liberty to do that. But if we have the understanding to do it though. And a lot of us choose to be the dogs. That's our choice. We choose to do this. We choose to walk around dragging our butt on the carpet. Go around humping everything. Perversion. For real. That's our choice. That's our choice. We choose to do it. Because we are wise, Yahuwah will give you something. He will give you food, right? He will give you food. All the food that you have, he gave it to you. So why is it hard to share? I don't know who I'm talking to. Why is it hard to share your food? When it's not even it's just like the dog. You start growling when Yahuwah walk by and say, hey, give me some of that. I got to give it to somebody. You start growling because you're stingy. And it may not even just be with food. It's just with resources in general. And Yahuwah gave it to you. That's how we are. The men hump on something and have no regard for the children. Have no regard for the heirs of the seed that come after that. That's like a dog. Right? That's a dog. At least we will check on them. You at least know your children. You know what I'm saying? Whether they choose to do good or not, that's on them after a while. But at least you know your children. You know they know you. Right? They know you. The females, right? I ain't gonna say the B word, so don't even. I seen some people's faces get, that's a female dog though. But the thing is, they go around opening up their legs to any stranger. It's a dog. We always talk about the dogs who want to go hump stuff, but we don't talk about the female dog who don't even know this dog. She just functioning. She ain't heat. So she know, okay, I gotta have children one day. So let me go open my legs up. Let me go around male dogs and get pregnant. That's a dog. That's an animalistic nature. When Yahuwah gives us a Torah, he gave us a Torah through rebirth. He gave us these things so now we can know to do good. We can function. We can have understanding. We can decide between function and dysfunction, good and evil. We can weigh the scales now. Now we can weigh the scales because he says the law shall be your wisdom and your understanding amongst the nations. They gonna look at you and say, this is a wise and understanding people. What people is this that Yahuwah is so nigh to them? That they got judgments, laws, statutes, ordinance. They got all this stuff. All this order. What kind of people is this? A people that knows to do good. They have understanding to do good. And so, I just want to read this last scripture right here. Isaiah 58. Isaiah 58. We'll read this. Now, upon reading this, it's a lot of scriptures that precepts with this. It's countless of times. Let's start at 1. Isaiah 58. Start at verse 1. He said, everybody there? It says, cry loud, spare not. Lift up your voice like a trumpet and show my people their transgression. And the house of Israel, and the house of Yaakov, their sins. It says, yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways. As a nation that did righteousness and forsook not the ordinances of their allure. It says, they ask of me the ordinances of justice. Right. It says, they that delight in they take delight in approaching Yahuwah. They take delight in approaching to Yahuwah. It says, wherefore have we fasted? Say that. And see you not. Why do we fast and we still don't see you? It says, wherefore have we afflicted our soul and you take no knowledge. It says, behold, in the day of your fasting, you find pleasure and exact all your labors. It says, behold, you fast. When you say behold, he said, look diligently at this. Look at this. Look. It says, you fast for strife and debate. You only fasted to get your point proven. You fasted because you feel justified in the area. You feeling some way about something, and you want Yahuwah to agree with you. It says, and you smite with the fist of wickedness. It says, you shall not fast as you do this day, to make your voice heard on high. It says, is it such a fast that I have chosen? A day for a man to afflict his soul? Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush? Is it to do that? Is it to, it says, and to spread sackcloth and ashes under him? So a bulrush, it bends over like that. You see what I mean? So are you supposed to be full of sackcloth and ashes, just flat like a starfish on the ground? Is that how you supposed to be? Is this what he asking you for? It says this. It says, because they're trying to be heard of you. It says, let me see. It says, will you call this a fast and an acceptable day to Yahuwah? It says, is not this the fast I have chosen to loosen the bands of wickedness, to undo heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and to break every yoke? This is what Yahuwah, this is doing good. This is what pleases Yahuwah. This is how you get your voice heard on high. I'm not saying don't fast, though. I'm not saying don't do that. But I'm saying this is how should be your intentions behind your fast. It says, is it not to deal your bread to the hungry? It says, and that you bring the poor that are cast out to your house. Now, we say use wisdom with that. We ain't talking about just go outside and just find somebody homeless and bring them in your house. That's on you. You don't know what crazy that person. We don't know nothing about them. So if you do that, that's on you. Be honest, that's on you. But I will probably never ever do that unless Yahuwah would truly move on me to. But it is mishpachah a lot of times that needs places to stay. It says, this is how we should be doing. It says, when you see the naked, that is something that you can do, that you cover him and not hide your face, not hide yourself. It says, and hide not yourself from your own flesh, your own people. See other Hebrews in need, and you kind of like start tucking away. People do that. You kind of start holding your pocket like, oh, I probably ain't got nothing for him. I'll be honest. And if you don't, it's understood, you know. You can take that over Yahuwah, because if you don't have it, you don't have it to give. But if you know you do, you know you do. Shame on you. It says, then shall your light break forth as the morning, and your health shall spring forth speedily, and your righteousness shall go before you, and it says the glory of Yahuwah shall be your reward. So, this is what doing good is. It's so many scriptures talking about plead the cause for the fatherless, right? Or the poor. Cover the fatherless and the orphans, right? Cover the widows. Cover the widows. Those who don't have a man to provide for them. This is what doing good is. You see your brother, you know he in need. And you know he in need. But you don't do it. This is what James chapter 2, I think, where he says, don't, if your brother come to you and say, hey, I need this, I need that. Don't say, I need food or clothing. Don't be like, oh, pray and go be filled. I'm going to pray for you, just go be filled. No, that's not functional. Yeah, I'm going to pray for you, but I'm going to give you something in the process. Or I'm going to find, if I don't have it, I'm going to find somebody who has it, though. If this is what you need. That's your faith by your works. Good works. Good works. So when we going on this journey, and we like, you repent, you turn it back to Yahuwah, and you try to figure out, what do I do now? It's so many scriptures where he'll say, the man who keeps his tongue from slaying his brother, or backbiting, or slandering his brother's character, or his sister's character. This is doing good. This is what doing good is. And this is all through the Torah. There's so many scriptures through the Torah that talk about this. To not hate your brother secretly in your heart. To not be envious of your brother. That's what doing good is. To not take. Stealing. So when we go and read these things, and we be like, man, what's doing good? If you're doing them, these things will please Yahuwah. These are the things that please Yahuwah. That's a study for yourself, to go through the scriptures and look at all the things where he say, blessed is the man who does this. Blessed is the man who does this. If a man does this, he will never be moved. These are the things that please Yahuwah. And we could write a whole list and show you, no, that's your homework to do. So you can get the understanding on how to do good. That is the, I would say, post-deliverance assignment. That's the post-deliverance plea. Go do good. Go be functional now. Go be functional.
Just like when he would deliver, Yahushua would deliver Rock. He'd be like, go and sin no more. So,
don't do no more evil. Don't go back and be dysfunctional. Don't be that dog to go back to your vomit. That is dysfunctional. If it came out, it's supposed to stay out. You ain't supposed to go back and eat it. If Yahuwah pulled that thing out of you and you threw it up spiritually, don't go back and eat it.
Ask yourself, am I doing good? Because oftentimes we think of stuff like, don't bear a false witness. But it tell you not only don't bear a false witness, it tell you don't bear a false report. Yeah. So when have you just been talking? I mean, we be running our mouth. You just said something that wasn't correct. Yep. That's a false report. But just all the things more listed, understanding if I'm doing good, guess what I'm not doing? Evil. If I'm doing good, guess what I'm doing? Walking in understanding. If I'm doing good, guess what I'm doing? Walking in his nature and not my nature. But sometimes it's hard to discern if you doing evil or not, because we walk at our own understanding when the Most High is weighing our heart, weighing our ruach, weighing our heart.
Everybody should go look up and do a study on the 7 abominations. We didn't all read it, but go back and read the 7 abominations. The 7 abominations, and dissect them things. Study them. These things, if you do the opposite of that, you're doing good. You're doing good. Your works are like an incense to him and not an abomination. Abomination is a foul stench, a foul odor. So if you do these things, you will be doing the opposite and you will be doing good.
Also, another one to add to that is read Ezekiel 18. You know, Ezekiel 18, it's a list of good things he tell you to do. If you're doing this, and I'll just read one. Okay. So Ezekiel 18, verse 5, it says, "But if a man be just or righteous, right, and do that which is lawful and right, and have not eaten upon the mountains," meaning like idol worship, that's what they did. Neither have lifted up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel. And we got a lot of idols in Israel still to this day. You know, neither have defiled his neighbor's wife. Neither have come near to a menstruous woman. She had time separation, and you can't do that. We can't do that. Like, go, y'all know what I'm talking about.
You should know that.
You should know. Yeah, that's Gentiles. And have not oppressed any. So you ain't oppressing nobody. But have restored the debtor his pledge. So this can go a couple ways. So you can pay somebody's debt for them, or you pay back what you said you was going, but you pledged you was going to pay them. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to pay you back this much, you better pay them back this much. You know. Then it says, have spoiled none by violence, and have given his bread to the hungry, and have covered the naked with a garment. He is not given forth upon usury. So I ain't giving to nobody to use them. Here, take this, but you finna do everything I say you do. Because I remember I told you I gave you that. Remember, that was my last. So why you can't do this now? You use it. You know in the back of your mind why you gave that. You know. And it says, neither have taken any increase. I'm gonna give you $10. You gotta give me 25 back. You can't do that in Israel. It's not lawful. That's wickedness. And it says that have withdrawn his hand from iniquity and have executed true judgment between man and man, and have walked in my statutes and have kept my judges and to deal truly. He is just and he shall surely live, said Yahuwah. So, and then the next scripture it go on the opposite of all that. And that man is wicked. But he's talking about like if you got a son and then your son is the opposite of everything that you just did, that's on him. That ain't on you. But yeah. So, but that's just a small list of doing good. You know what I'm saying? In the eyes of Yahuwah. So we return to it. You know. That's why I said, you say you Hebrews, you Israelites, you better start studying the Torah, because you gotta know that. You gotta live by that. That's what we go through. That's what we living by. We're gonna live by that. You don't want to be messing up, and then you can get the punishment. Oh, I ain't know. Man, you've been an Israelite for 22 years, but you, what are you doing? You know, so because that ain't no excuse, you know. So, kind of.
And these should be, this is the Torah. When you look at it, and I'm going to say I was close. When you look at it, if it says, don't, let's say, covet what's your neighbors, right? Don't covet what's your neighbors. So if you don't covet what's your neighbors, that means you're doing good. If you covet what's your neighbors, and what's covet? Something that's not yours. Something that you don't even need. It's not functional to you to have it. So, if you see your brother doing something, or your sister doing something, how you can literally fight back against that is do the opposite. If you start to covet, start to do the opposite of covet in your mind, because everything's starting here. Every sin starts in your mind first. No man has sinned and not thought about it. They may not have knew it was a sin, but you thought about what you was doing before you did it. So, if you feel yourself getting jealous, purposefully go out your way and do the opposite. If you feel yourself being prideful, like, man, I feel like I'm supposed to be here, do this, do that. I feel higher than what I am. Purposefully humble yourself on purpose. It's time to start moving with purpose now. Do good on purpose. If you know it's evil, you know it says rebellion, right? We talk about rebellion a lot. Purposefully walk in order. On purpose. Not just, oh, we supposed to do something. No, because that's called murmuring. That don't mean you didn't do it.
Do all things without murmuring and complaining. You know.
So that don't mean you not gonna do what you was ordered to do, but you still gonna murmur about it. So if I feel myself about to murmur, I'm gonna say Yahuwah is good. And his will is good. What he got me doing is good. Hallelujah. And say the opposite. Say the positivity. You angry at your brother, show your brother how much you really love him. On purpose. You got an offense with him, go talk to him and try your hardest to. If your brother say, oh man, it feel like, man, you don't even rock with me like that. Go out your way to make sure he know that. Hey, I rock with you. You my brother. Do good. Do the opposite. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I ain't gonna beat it up. I'm gonna get on that with you. Now I'm just gonna say, it even tells you.
The Torah tell you if your enemy loses ox, take it back to him, because it's showing you to make sure you doing good. And it was talking about your enemy within Israel, because we wasn't fooling with nobody that wasn't with us. So it even tells you when your enemy moves your ox and you see it, get it and take it back to him. Do good.
I had an idea. So many of them may not know. My car broke down, engine, the head gasket blown. So it's done for, right? I was like, man, I can just sell this thing without them even knowing, because it still started up and still running. So I can just do this. I said, why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that to somebody else? Why would you make somebody else go through what you went through? This is why we got to check ourselves, y'all. Because our natural nature is to get over. To get the upper hand. Right? To capitalize. I feel like my car company doing me dirty anyway, so. But he said, don't return evil with evil. Don't return dysfunction with dysfunction. For it won't reap you nothing but dysfunction. So I just want to throw that out there, y'all. That's just a little practical thing that happened. So, close it out.
Shakar, come pray us out.
Rebirth of a nation. Hebrew kingdom building.